Yeah, now it is live. Okay, hello YouTube audience. I am not going to do another introduction. I've done 2 of them so far. Anyway, to put it closely, to put it briefly, check one of the previous streams, or maybe check the Twitch, because Twitch operates without bugs. On Twitch you will find 2 of introductions to this stream. And you will even find the music on Twitch. Okay, the objective for today is to fix those bugs, because I'm hitting them all the time. And the stuff that you can see on the screen, this is basically my plan for the end of the year. This is one more thing I wanted to do. So before the end of the year, there are just 2 big tasks. One will be mouse wheel recording. This will require some new object. And another big task I would like to have is going to be minimize to tray. Because Automat is not really an app like most apps that should occupy the space in your taskbar. It's more like a utility that you will keep running all the time. It shouldn't consume space. So I would like to minimize it to system tray so that it's basically invisible. So that it can start on system startup and stay in the tray. Like a proper background utility mode. But those things will come after we fix most of the bugs. Okay, let's go. Here is a piece of code that can create a new object. All C++. It's crazy that out of all this code, like almost everything is boilerplate. It's pretty much boilerplate. Okay, maybe those 2 lines could be here. Three. Yeah, I think this whole thing should be about 7 lines of code, if the language was free from pointless boilerplate. Okay, so this is how we create a new object. Activate, create. Oh, I see. So we are using some hacks here. So the way, what we are doing is we are creating a new location. The location is like a thing that holds other objects. We are saying that the parent object is whatever is being hovered by the mouse. Let me log the name of this mysterious object.
PP Chica says.
Modern software's so bad even person with PhD can't use it.
And there was on the Healing of Computing Slack, the new name of the Slack, there was a nice article here about this is syntax/semantic languages. Those are languages which focus on. I haven't seen any example of such a language, but after reading the article, they could exist. This is a language which describes only the behavior of the program without caring about what happens at the lowest levels. And the thing is, this is basically just a way of writing the business logic of a program, and then you can have optimization details or the memory layout written in maybe even in another language or a completely different file. And because you can separate them, you can design correct logic first and then make sure this is correct before you optimize the memory layout or like the calling conventions, how you store and lay out the data in memory. It's like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript on the web, because they separate different aspects of web development. You focus with CSS just on the visual style, with HTML just on the structure, on the semantics, and with JavaScript you focus just on the interactivity behavior of the web page. So HTML has this nice split. It is actually very elegant. And the same could be applied to programming languages, where one language would display, just specify, for example, data flow, the sequence of operations, another the layout of stuff in memory, another could describe how operations are performed on top of this data layout.
Isn't that Haskell in a nutshell?
Possibly. I never wrote a line of Haskell. I did have a quick adventure with F#. I think F# is very similar to Haskell. Okay, Automat is running. I want to see how this works. So I want to create a new object here.
I heard Haskell in Linux more performant on Gen 2 than Python or...
Aha. So if I perform this action slowly, I will get this path, creating a new location as a child of mouse button event, but if I do it fast, I get this. Okay, it was good now. The fruit machine. Yeah, I think Haskell is compiled to machine code, so probably is. As long as you can emit machine code, you are given, as by default, performance advantage. one reason I never really looked at Haskell, even though I had a friend who was very into Haskell. Actually, that was specifically because of this friend, because whenever he attempted to solve something with Haskell, it just took him a very, very long time, and yeah, he just couldn't get anything done. I think this kind of influenced my opinion of the language. It's like, and the solution was usually a very elaborate type, because in Haskell everything was about types, about designing custom types, and it just feels so detached from like the end goal is to just create a sequence of instructions that does something. And coming up with types just feels like it's like procrastination. It's like programming procrastination. Instead of solving the problem, let's try to solve another problem. It's related to the original.
URL.
Nice. I mean, I like the links where you can basically know what the article is about just from reading the hyperlink.
So that's why my GPS was down yesterday.
Oh, speaking of computers which are down, I got a UPS.
Someone decided to play Doom on satellite.project.
Okay, it's not in English, but this is a UPS. Tiny UPS. I hook it up to my PC. It should be up to 1 kilowatt. The thing is, and it used to work nice, but a couple of days ago I swapped a CPU to a slightly more powerful one, and now when I fire up a game, when I fire up Total War Warhammer, when I open the battle map, it spikes my GPU usage and it overloads the UPS. So whenever I open a battle map in Warhammer Total War, it basically reboots my PC. Actually, not reboots my PC, it causes this UPS to go into the failure mode. It starts beeping and screaming and turns the PC off. Terrible experience. I mean, I have unused UPS right now, basically.
Speaking of Easter eggs we were borrowed when we were installing our Arduino system for custom, built Doom into and never removed.
You can run Doom on Arduino. Nice.
Basically, 20 board system to just play system.
I'm thinking of the right way to do this, and there are a couple of ways to solve it. Option 1.
Speaking of ups, I have told you my house has 4-day emergency supply. Well, using it right now. Because I have some road work down the street, and they cut the HV cable under the road, and my whole system went into blackout mode.
That's nice, you can use it. We actually have the electricity anti-electricity island law. So if you have a battery system in your house, if they cut the power at the street level, your battery system, even though it could supply the power to your house, is forced to switch off to prevent electrical unexpected power being present in the electrical grid, essentially. So that if there is an electrician who may have cut the power deliberately, to not basically fry them when they try to touch a wire.
I think my batteries have 4 modes and inner circuit is isolated from grid.
When it comes to those batteries, one thing that really bugs me is that they are DC, like they provide DC power essentially. But to power the most power hungry machines at your home, you have to go from DC to AC and then back to DC, at the final device. Just feels so weird. Like this UPS that I have, it has to work in this alternate current mode. But my computer is at DC. If this was running at DC, Like you could get rid of half of the electronics from there. It could essentially be just a bunch of batteries.
But when it enters blackout mode, my solar panel also get disconnected for some reason. So it'll have to get that checked out.
Yeah, this is actually deliberate. At least in Poland, they are forced to install them like that. The only way for them to work is if your installation is completely off-grid, if you don't sell power to the grid. If the power is connected to the grid, it will disable itself when the grid is down. This is not to electrocute anyone. Okay, there is third option here, the craziest, and I think we have whole day ahead of us, so we can try the crazy option. And the crazy option would be to
He'll just give electrician
reconnect.
200 euros, check that out, and tell me if I legally can have house as isolated circuit. I gave it a second thought for about 3 seconds. I won't do that, he'll lose 300 euros of income.
This is how much electricity you're selling. Nice. Okay, this option 3 sounds crazy, and it is crazy, especially if you consider that we could have multiple windows showing Automat, and each of the windows is going to be handled by a different thread.
My house could technically provide electricity for 6 average families because I have opted to have whole roof surface covered in panels and heat exchangers for water heating.
This is the way. Actually, it's interesting. Do they make combined solar and heat exchanger panels? Where, when the photovoltaic panel works, I think the performance degrades with temperature. So if it had water cooling from behind, that would be interesting. Not sure if it would be worth it to have a pump running. Not sure.
am paying only mandated grid connection of 17 euros, and I am getting 200 euros for electricity output and 150 for heat energy output for 2 smaller houses down the road.
Heat energy. So are you literally heating water and like pumping it back into the pipes? That's the first time I hear of something like this. Heating other houses? Oh,
Well, he has to go somewhere. My boiler room would explode if it wasn't using public pipeline water for cooling, Deutsch.
this is really cool actually. Oh, this is interesting. Many widget. Many is a widget. It only lives in one thread. Okay. Going to move this into a header. First I will rename it. Let's just call it many.
I have too many solar panel to be honest, but also immorally sensitive enough that I'm aware most pensioners in my region who own vacation houses simply don't have money needed to do the installation, so it's win-win-win situation.
Interesting. Yeah, but having your own electricity is... I don't feel bad for leaving my computer overnight, because it's a power that I'm generating anyway.
They just rent energy from me. And government has 6 houses less to worry about. I leave my PC on overnight. BQ's cheapest heater to have in house.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I want to see how good Claude is at refactoring. Very simple refactoring job. And we'll go make some tea in the meantime. Be right back. Here I will accept, edit, or maybe even bypass permissions, whatever. Do what you want, Sonnet. It is working. Okay. I'm actually wondering, maybe this is not the best way to do it. So inside the menu, yeah, yeah. I think instead of having those arrays here, I could move this option animation into the option object, and I could do the same with the widget. Yep. So it's nice that Claude did all of this for us. I'm going to revert all of it. It would be nice if Claude could do those changes for me. Tiny refactoring. See if Claude can do it properly. It's not an automatable refactoring because there will be so many places where, I mean so many, in this file, and there are a couple places in this file where this field is going to be used. 3 places. So instead of checking option animation, we should actually check options. this refactoring is just a warm-up. Actually, what I want to move is this options widget. Option widgets. And I actually think instead of having virtual, no, I prefer that it should be virtual. It would be so nice if C++ could have static virtual functions. Sorry, not static virtual functions, but I mean that too. But virtual data fields. So that I can put some data into the vtable of a class. Is this possible? I'm pretty sure it should be possible. It's definitely not, it's definitely undefined behavior. I'm sure of that. I don't like, this is why I don't like Claude. It tends to take simple things and for fun complicates them. Why did it insert a null pointer check here? Maybe actually this is necessary. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that seems to work. It will be initialized with zeros. Nice, nice. Another tiny refactoring. I think once Claude has the warm-up, it works faster. I think it has this initial phase of looking around that it has to go through, and then works okay. Also, I'm kind of pretty glad I am keeping Automat on GitHub and it's open source, because all those models, they are trained on Automat source code, so they kind of know how it works. What is Claude doing right now? Do we need this? This is necessary. Let's review what it added. So we have a distractor. This distractor is necessary, yeah. What's the point of this? There's always an icon. And this also has to be moved because we don't have widget header here. Okay, okay. Okay. So the nice thing now is we have access to the icon. it's not perfect. I think it's better now. We are always creating it with the right parent. This peaks. And this is what is causing the problem. It's the local anchor here. Say I have an object that I'm picking up. This is the object. And here is the point by which I am picking it up. So this object has a target position. For example, it wants to be shown here. It's temporarily scaled. So there is an animation from here. Here. And when I'm creating it very quickly, my pointer could be, for example, here. This is hacky. This is not clever at all. But this should make each object grabbed by the center, essentially. Or not. Oh, it is grabbing it. This radial menu is very fast. Just depending on the zoom level, it requires slightly different muscle memory. There's one more strange thing. Why does it have a negative scale at the start? This is just bizarre. Yeah, I think first issue was fixed. I will amend the previous commit because it had a terrible commit message. Sweet. Let's look at assembler now. Assembler is going to be probably similar, maybe more tricky. We'll see. I have this extract thingy. How is this called? Oh, it's going parent machine extract. So this is not the same thing. This is what happens when I do left click. I'm finding the widget which is hovered by the mouse pointer. Going up in the widget tree until I find location. Good. And this is the current object. Okay, okay. Some things have went wrong there. So when I show this widget, the right menu is actually menu for this register, but some of the options like delete, iconify, and move, delete and iconify, they will actually delete the parent register. I mean the parent assembler object, this thing here. Iconify, delete, yeah. If I do move, I will grab this register. When I do hide, I will hide this register as well. I'm actually wondering, maybe there is a better way to arrange those registers. And this object widget is unused. It's like a decoy line. Oh yeah, this is fun. This is actually moving the widget around. I wonder what should be the transform matrix of this location. I'm creating a new location, but this new location does not have a parent. So I think I need to pass this here. I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Seems to work now, but I'm not sure what to think about it. I don't like this part where I have to fix the widget parent hierarchy. Those options. When I'm designing this whole thing, I have like two separate worlds. There is world of widgets and there is world of objects. Objects, they are concurrent, they can be accessed from many threads, they have locking, they have lifetime tracking using those weak and strong pointers, weak and regular pointers. And there is also a world of widgets. And widgets, they only live on the UI thread. They are only, the only purpose of widgets is to render objects. So each widget stores a, let's say, copy of the object state. copy, like a subset, this stuff that it's interested in. And it needs to interact with the operating system. Widgets are optimized for OS interaction. They have to very quickly respond to input events, and they have to very quickly render display lists. So if I want to draw an object on screen, this is why widget exists. The point of widgets is to also decouple the engine, which does the logic, which does the thinking, the brain of Automat, from the display of Automat. So that if the display is slow for some reason, the brain still works at full speed, and vice versa. When the brain is busy, totally locked, the display can still work fast. It's a decoupling mechanism between compute and display. And options. Like each element of Automat should make a clear, explicit decision of which world it wants to belong to. Does it want to belong the core of Automat? Or does it want to belong to the UI of Automat? And many system, even though many feels like it's part of just the display, right? I actually want the options to be able to become an object, become part of this computational brain of Automat as well. So that if you open a menu, I want you to be able to pick up an option and turn it into a proper object. So for example, an option to delete an object, you should be able to make an object that will be able to activate this option, pretty much. So the options should be first-class objects, or at least they should be convertible into objects. But if this is supposed to work, then options, they cannot depend on widgets. Widgets have to be totally different. And this is why I don't like this part, because parent hierarchy, this is something that widgets care about. And the real problem is in this section. Yeah, actually there are a couple of weird things that would have to be redesigned or rethought. So specifying root machine. Okay, this works. This is fine. Okay, there is a different problem, different bug somewhere here related to... So now I can drag this object. I can grab by 7 and it's attached to 7. So I drag it around. When I reinsert it here, there is another bug that happens. This is strange. When I move it here, interesting. Okay, this change here. I'm so conflicted about this. I feel like when this is created here, when a new location is created, this parent widget should not be the root location, but the widget for this assembler. What to do? There's something wrong here. I cannot quite pin it down. What? Maybe this nearly equal doesn't pass. I will just log something. I want to see if this path is being triggered. So when I drag an object and there is a snapping here, right? So I can move the object a little bit, but it stays in place in most of the movements. If I move it on a large scale, this is not logged at all. Because on every frame it's different position. Okay, this is also triggered here. Oh. So it has to be the issue. It's being moved. If I zoom in, yeah, it's not. Oh, this is not decimal places. Those are binary places. Yeah. So this was done to divide 1 pixel into 4,000 slots. And we are operating in meters. The default DPI 72. Going to be like 2 times 11 or 12. was good. I need to use the new tolerance. Okay, we are well within the floating point range. Cool. There is still one more bug, but another bug fixed. So those things should be reverted. This is theoretically fixed, but there is this register reinsertion issue still. When I take a register outside of the assembler and then I like virtual machine and I try to put it back, there is something wrong. I can take it out. Very long range. Widget register has no parent to wake up. How could this be? Container only has an extract function. Oh, but it's also a draggable, I mean it's drop target or something. Drop target. It has this drop location. Suppose. Yep. Where can I drop other objects into assembler? Will they work? No, it's not going to accept them. One line fix, that should be it. Out and drop it back in. No issue. Yeah, I will have to fix those errors. I will actually have to implement proper widget lifetime management. I think we are leaking widgets right now. Let's take a look at this back here. Objects blinking out. Because it's actually fairly visible here. Let's show 3 registers. When I drop this, you can briefly see the stars behind the register. We close it so that it's visible, so that we can actually register with all of the... They are gone. Okay, here it's also visible. There is a flash of black stars. I think the issue is that when the widget changes parent, it has to be immediately rendered with the new parent in the same frame. redraw this frame. I think this should fix it. And redraw this frame is an amazing function which we don't need to care how it works. It's just using the rendering infrastructure. It tells the rendering infrastructure. It's very important that this frame includes this object. Yeah, there is no blinking. Okay, now the assembly widget itself. And drop location, I think this one. No animation here. This wake animation is probably unnecessary. Not quite. Oh, this is probably because multi-threading issues, maybe. I don't want to call this. Gosh. It's interesting, we are not saturating all of the CPU cores when compiling. Vertical stack. On line 349. Cool. Great. Arrow. Oh, it was moved out. This is why. Ah. Yeah, moves are... It's good that we have them. This is more efficient to move the pointer than to copy stuff. Still blinking. Log is in the console. Mouse button even? Oh, this should be front. Nice. Yeah, there's no blinking. So nice. Interesting that some objects don't have shadows. Those are the objects that still have to be moved to the new model. Okay, cool. This is fixed. Okay, we are going so fast through those bugs. I expected them to take more than a stream. Okay, let's do connectors. Maybe you can make them work. But this is actually a good time to do a short break. I will grab some food, and after the break, we'll watch I'm Not Dead Yet by Lou. So, see you in a couple of minutes. watch some live coding. Music.
So please join me in welcoming Lou with their talk. I am not dead yet.
I'm not dead yet. Yeah.
Very good thing.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you see me? Yes. Okay. I'm starting my timer. All right. We're off. Okay. My name is Lou, or Luke. Either's fine. And I am not dead. Yet. But one day I will be. I am going to die. But for now, I'm alive. Yeah. Which means I can be here live, speaking to you now live, right now. Which means anything can happen. Anything can happen. Except, that's not really true, is it? I mean, sure, I'm standing here live right now, but I'm giving you a highly rehearsed, pre-scripted talk. This doesn't feel live to me, right? This may as well be a recording that you watch 2 weeks from now. I mean, look, I have all my slides pre-prepared here, with my, you see, with my script at the bottom telling me exactly what to say. Look, here's where I say, hi, I'm little Luke, this is fine, blah, blah, blah. And yeah, I make stupid videos about my coding projects, blah, blah, blah. I'm part of a collective called Tentpole. I'm part of a group called Pasta Gang, blah, blah, blah. And I keep going through my slides until the end. Oh. So now that I've run out of slides, now I really am live. Which means anything can happen. Except that's not really true, is it? Because even this is highly rehearsed and pre-scripted. What you're seeing on the screen, is not live. It's actually a video that I recorded. I recorded 2 weeks ago. Look, it's right here. Look, if you just. Nothing about this is live, Oh, wait. I'm not live. Right? I'm not live yet, right? Are you following? Right. Are you following so far? Right? Okay. On the scale of liveness, from not live to too live, we're here. We're not live. We're not live yet. So let's do an experiment. Let's gradually increase the liveness of this talk. Until we get to too live, and then we'll find the sweet spot. right? And maybe we'll learn where that is and why that is. Maybe, but anything could happen. So let's start simple. This is sand pond, and this is a live demo, right? So this is live. This is sand pond. It's this simulation I made a long time ago, and you can create elements in it. And I made a whole bunch of things that I made earlier, not now. So this is water. You can put down like stone and fire to like do stuff, and then slime. The script quality is going to level down, right? And you can do other things, like I have this rainbow sand, and then if you want to like clear the screen, you do. This is live demo, right? And you can also drop carrots, and you're wondering why can you drop carrots, and that's for the rabbits, right? And we've got cheese, and you might be wondering why we've got cheese, and that's for the mice, right? And you can do fun stuff in this, but all of this I've coded earlier. So like, look, if I just like look up a simple element, you can see you can't see it because I need to fix dark mode, but you can see the code for this sand element, and it's done with these before and after pictures. But look, you can't edit it. It's just a live demo, right? So let's see. Yeah, we've gone up. We've gone up just a little bit. Is everyone feeling okay? All right. Okay. So, when I made this a long time ago, I think probably the most satisfying thing about this project for me was that someone called Sam Destoy made something with the tool, with the engine. They coded these wonderful trees, and then they made these gorillas that climb up it. And this was really, really amazing for me. It's like someone on the other side of the world made something in this, and yeah, I felt like a connection to this person. We had a call. It was great, and I really, really tried hard to convince other people to make things with it. I made so many tutorials, and no one made anything. It was just Sam. Thank you, Sam. And so we could. I think the problem was it was too. You couldn't make stuff. You couldn't make stuff in the tool, right? It wasn't. You couldn't live code it. You had to go out and you had to refresh. Blah 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 blah. So, let's go a bit liver, right? I think we need to go liver, right? So I made this thing called cell pond. Here it is. This. So this actually, I'm doing a workshop on this on Saturday. So this is cell pond, right? And what you can do is you can draw stuff on the screen, and you can clear the screen, and you can draw some more, and you can clear the screen. Are you following? Right? Okay. And I'm drawing white because in the top left it's white, but if I open white, you know that every color is made of red, green, and blue. So I can change one of these channels and draw a different color. I'm going to change like the green channel to this. And I get a different color if I avoid the bug. And then what I can actually do is drag a range of colors. And I can draw a range of colors, okay? Are you following? All right, or I can like remove some of these channels, and I say, actually, I'm just gonna draw in the red channel. Do you see that, right? Yeah, okay, I'm getting distracted. I'm gonna cut to the chase. So what you can do is you can make these rules. You can say like, every green square on the grid, we're going to change it into, I don't know, like pink, right? And watch this, boom, like all the green changed, and I've coded that, I just live coded that. And if I draw more green, it changes into pink. I'm going to pause it, draw some green, unpause it. Are you following? Right? Okay, so what you can do is, actually, wait, I think I turned everything to pink. And okay, what you can do is you can make a rule that's bigger than just one square. I could say if pink is above black, then swap their positions, right? So I'm going to pause it. I'll put down some pink. When I unpause it, what's going to happen? What? You've watched my videos. It's cheating, all right? But yes, right. Watch this. Yeah, it falls down, right? And you can. It's kind of like falling like sand, right? And you can make another rule, like with any size. You could say like, actually, if pink is above black but kind of to the side, then actually replace that replace that with this, and now it's like falling down diagonally as well. Do you see that? And I can like flip this rule in both directions, and I've made pink sand. Can you see, right? And did you see how when I was building those rules, sometimes unexpected stuff was happening because I'd like half made a rule, right? And I find that kind of interesting. Like if I just take off one of these squares, like suddenly we get a very different kind of rule. Like and you can go very, very, very far with this. And I've made some earlier, so this is not from scratch. Okay, so this is like a little lightning element that I made, right? And watch this. I'm gonna like make a new element that's like my lightning spawner. So I say like if there is an orange square, then put like pink below it, and that's like spawning lightning now, right? And now I can test out some lightning changes. So I'm not sure what these rules really do, but I can try like turning them off, okay? And seeing like the different things that happen. Okay, that's interesting. Like, okay, this one, it looks like it's making it go diagonally, or I could.
It's really cool, and it addresses one of the things that shaders are bad at. Shaders only can compute, 1 pixel at a time. This is also kind of computing 1 pixel at a time, but slightly different. I think because it's taking those convolutional rules and shifting them. I guess this is how it works over the image. Or maybe it's not shifting anything. Maybe it's some kind of event-based system. But you can output multiple pixels from a single rule, and this is something difficult in shaders. Yeah, really nice. Pretty cool engine.
I could try like changing one of these. Whoa. Okay, I could try changing one of these rules, but as I'm doing it each time, like strange things are happening. In fact, I kind of like this. Ooh. So now this one is only reducing. So the down arrow here, it means it's reducing red, and we get something completely different. I don't even know what's going on. I'm just changing the code and like working my way through it. Like every time I rehearse this is completely different, right? Even though I've started with, so we're going a bit more live, right? Can you feel it? Can you feel like the quality, like, yeah, but it's not about quality, it's about energy, right? And like, you can split these squares into smaller squares and go deeper and deeper and make fractals and things like this with this tool as well. Like, and I can just like play around with, I don't know, the shape of this fractal. So what it's doing, it's saying any pink square, replace it with like this pattern, right? And it's like this recursive thing that keeps going and keeps going, and I can just try playing around with different ways of doing this. Like, what happens if, I don't know, like I add a bit of like random rotation, right? It's going to make a completely different thing, right? And it's just something to play with. And I'm going to refresh this so it doesn't crash in the background, right? But look, like we've got quite a bit liver now. I think we're live coding now. I think, it's not your normal tippy tappy live coding. that got more laughs than I expected, right? but it is live coding, and actually, yeah, it works. Lots of people made things with this tool and sent it to me. So this is some really nice waves made by Ori. This is a game of life simulation made by Pa Louie, and I really like the way that this is like pulsing back and forth to carry out this computation, and this is really, really impressive, by the way, as well, this one in particular. And lots of people shared their little snapshots of CellPond. So yeah, that did a lot better. However, they're still snapshots, right? We're only seeing like one little moment in time of what someone's made, right? We could definitely go a bit liver, right? Are you ready? Okay, so this is where it gets really silly. All right. So this is a roost, and I need your help. Okay. Would you be okay to come up onto stage with me? Okay, fantastic.
Well, because it's here.
Okay. Testing. Actually, why am I testing? Can you test it?
I can.
Yeah. All right, we got one of
Does
these
this
ones. All right.
Does this work?
Yeah, it works? It works. Okay, great. Stand here. Stand here. So you're in charge. Okay. So this is a roost. And when you first load a roost, you get this mantra, normalize sharing scrappy fiddles, and it means like, I don't know what it means, but it means like make it okay for people to share stuff that they're shy about, right? And that's what this tool is all about. Okay, so are you ready?
Kind of.
I'll take it. All right, so we have this arrow on the screen. Can you see that?
I can see the arrow on the screen.
Oh yeah, you see it down there. All right. No, that's fine.
I can see one behind me and one in front of me.
I'm going to click this out, and now I have this recording arrow, right? And you see, you've got a very important job because you need to speak into two microphones. There's a microphone here for the computer, and there's a microphone here for the people. All right. So come here. Right. I'm going to click record, and then I need you to say something. Okay? Ready?
Bebopalula.
All right, let's see if it worked. Yeah, there's the pause.
Bebopalula.
All right, fantastic. And we'll turn it up. And I need you to say something else. Are you ready?
Bebopalula. Something else.
All right, very clever. All right, here we go.
Something else.
Okay, so we have...
Something else. Bebopalula.
And what you can do is you can drag them down to make them lower, or drag them higher
Something else.
to make them higher. And the purpose of this is to kind of be an icebreaker, and it sounds a little bit silly. Okay, we're going to do one together now. Okay, you ready? Okay, and what we can do is like we make this instrument. Oh wow, I'm going to delete that. But okay, and by the way, you can delete these sounds as well. But if you delete one of these important nodes, then it comes back like on the side that you see that. Right? If I delete this, and it pops back. Even if I like, oh wait, even if I, oh yeah, don't worry about zooming out too far because. Even if I zoom out and I delete one, then here it is. Right? Okay, fine. So we're gonna, yeah, I need someone else. In fact, James, could you come and help?
I'll be honest.
All right. So.
Oh. Again.
I have two of those.
Just hold this. Okay. Right, so I'm going to count. I need you to continue, okay? 1.
2.
No, not yet.
Oh.
All right. Now.
What?
2.
Sorry.
That works. All right, stop. Yeah. All right, you're in charge. I need you to carry on from 1. Okay, you ready?
2.
Okay. Wait, microphone's here.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Just hit me when you're.
All right. Let's go. Okay, you ready?
2.
And in this one as well. Yes.
3.
Okay, I think 3's enough. I like your readiness. This is good. Okay, so what you can do is, so we have these numbers now. 1, 2,
3.
Yeah, perfect. And what you can do is you can attach them so they fire at the same time.
1, 2.
But I'll just adjust the start of that 2 so they happen more at the same time.
2. 1.
Okay, so they're all happening roughly at the same time. And what I can do is I can like hit this button again, and it makes them happen one after the other.
1, 2.
Do you see that? And I can make a chain.
1, 2, 3.
And what I can do is I can make a loop, right? You see that?
1, 2,
Yeah.
3. 1, 2.
And we can record
3.
more sounds. So can you give me a hi-hat?
3.
Come here.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2.
Oh, I forgot to mute the background. Hold on, do it again.
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Can you come and give me a bass drum?
3.
Right, ready?
1, 2, 3.
Boom. Yeah.
3. 1, 2, 3. 1,
That's,
2,
I
3.
hear it. It's like-
1, 2, 3.
Oh.
1, 2, 3.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, and I need
1, 2, 3.
I need one more person. Sarah, could you come? Okay. You can use the immunosuppressant shaker.
Great.
Okay, so just stand there. Yeah. Okay, right, so we're going to perform a song. We're going to write a song. We're going to make a song. Are you ready? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
So what you're going to do is you're going to be our vocalist.
Okay.
All right, and you're also going to be in charge of these two alternating.
Okay.
Right, they're going to take turns. It's going to be your turn, then your turn, then your turn, and we'll keep going forever.
Okay.
Okay? So let's, all right, let's go. Give us a vocal first. Okay, and then next. And then come nice. You need to come nice and close. Okay, and then next. Get in. Okay, and then.
My fault, sir.
Okay, and Jane, what you need to do is just keep recording, right?
Okay. I keep making sounds.
Okay, and next.
And then go.
Okay, good. And then next. And give him a round of applause each time. Okay, ready, come. All right. Boom. Okay, now the solo. Yeah, a round of applause. Okay. Okay, and now do you hear that? That's our song. We've just made that with our bodies. So if I mute this, we'll be able to carry it on. Right? So what we're going to do, I'm going to mute that in a second, and then we're going to do a live performance of the song that we just composed. All right? You ready? 3, 2, 1, go. And that's a wrap. Give him a round of applause. So this was a little bit more live, right? Okay, let's go back. So we've gone quite a bit up on liveness, and it's been pretty amazing to see what people have made with this tool. And when people have made stuff in the tool, they've shared themselves using the tool. There hasn't been a snapshot of the tool. It's like they're showing how they're clicking and playing it. And it was really special for me to see people's personalities or their moods or their preferences, come through in these performances way more than just a little snapshot. And it was interesting to see people use it and different ways they were using it. So there's this guy, Alex McLean. You probably haven't heard of him, but he's pretty big in the live programming world. And he actually cheated because he didn't record stuff. He hacked it and put his own samples in. But no matter what people did, it was always like the playing of an instrument that they've made, right? It wasn't just letting it run. It was people creating something and then sharing how they used it, which felt really special to me. This one, I think it's someone's boyfriend hoovering in the background, and they use that as a sound. So this was very special for me, but these are still recordings, right? We can do it in person here, but there are all these people around the world. We were only connected by a recording. It wasn't really, we can go liver, right? Are you ready? Right. So one way of being live is by doing a live stream, and We're actually live streaming right now. Here we are. It's live on YouTube. And the funny thing is, if I like turn up the volume here, then it starts to become very weird for me. Because it just becomes very hard for me to like finish a sentence. Because
it totally messes with your head. Same here. I cannot listen to the live stream
starts to create
when I'm
this
speaking.
feedback loop. Like the microphone is picking up slight little bits of the audio coming out, and it's like complete brain freeze for me right now. But I can make it worse. I can take in some of the device audio. I can take in some into the mix as well. And then it really starts to create this feedback loop. And so, in my opinion, this is even more live. Because what's happening is that, like, when I make a decision live, that decision has even more ramifications. Because I don't just say it once, it's like, it gets stuck in the loop. And there's no escape. And it starts to make this weird soundscape and fractal effect. I'm getting a little bit better at speaking when I'm speaking. But of course, yeah, like people from around the world could be, you know.
The pauses there are literally caused by... There is some mechanism in your head that helps you speak fluently, that when you want to speak something, it kind of signals back to your brain what you have already said. And when you hear your own voice being played back from speakers, it gets totally confused because you start speaking a sentence and then you start hearing yourself at the start of this sentence and your brain gets confused because it's a signal that something is wrong. You probably should repeat the sentence. Like, your brain is a distributed system, kind of, and it has lots of hacks that are meant to synchronize all of the components. And when you hear yourself back, it messes up with one of those heuristics that probably the brain has.
Watching this right now and seeing my brain. Alright, shut up. Okay, so I'm just going to let the loop die for a second and then reset. I mean, the fun thing is you can use this like in I guess music sets. Like if you put in like one note, then it means that it will start to loop around and it won't leave. And it's like, for me, this is a very different kind of live coding, where instead of like controlling the sounds that I'm putting out, it's more like steering this sound that's outside of my control, kind of using YouTube as a material, right? And it's very different in different places because the latency is different, and like the even the quality of the audio is different. Okay, the crazy thing is I can stop playing Strudel and the music carries on, right? And I can just sort of like inject little things, you know? Just small subtle additions. the hell? All right, okay. So, so that's this is, for me, this feels even liver, right? And the way I discovered this was, oh, I made a video once, and someone did a reaction video of it. And I did a reaction video of the reaction video on a live stream, and then I did a reaction video of that reaction video. And then I did another one. And this, I think at this point it was like 2 hours in, 2.5 hours in, and then I did another one. And I started to, I guess, like, so if you've ever sort of like seen your decisions from an hour ago and like sort of be confronted with them, it's a really weird feeling. It's like, this is, if you love repetition, then you should try this. And then I did another one, and then I did another one, and I did another one. You know, you're not going to believe what's coming. And the funny thing is that when people comment in chat, they get like multiple goes for me to notice them. And it means that people start putting things here for the future to read. So it's like when you get so live that you're actually going into the future. And the funny thing is that the audience watching it was a huge part of this. I didn't actually have to do much. People created their own storylines out of it and named every single iteration of me based on what they ended up doing. This is Tentacle Blunderloo. Just watch it. It's only 4 hours. And I did a sequel as well, which was 8 hours. This means boosh, and well, most people don't know what this is because they haven't watched the 8-hour live stream. But I promise you, some people are like rolling around in laughter right now. And on that live stream, it was the first time I learned strudel on the live stream, which is why I discovered this weird like repetition thing. This for me is like one of the most live things you can do, because you're and I actually do this now. This is how I use strudel now, like for serious stuff, not just silly stuff, and I really love it. I love like how kind of freeing it is, because you're not in control of it, you know? You're not in control. You put something in the loop, you don't know what's going to happen. And it comes back to you with something completely different. Or we could go liver, right? All right, we could, so, have you heard of Pasta Gang? So, So if you have a laptop, I would suggest going to noodle.dc right now. And so what Noodle is, typing is to say. So Noodle is a Flock client. So Flock is something made by Damien Silvani, made for collaborating in live coding tools across the internet. And we made, or the Pasta Gang community made another Flock client. Is sound coming out? That's the question. I heard sound coming out of someone else's. I know why. I think the internet has just got really slow. Because everyone, okay, so so it may not be loading samples for me. At all. Is no sound coming? All right, let's refresh. Is Strudel even, is Noodle even on? This is really live. Okay. So you can see all these cursors right now. Some people are here in the room, in this room, and some people are, I guess, distributed around the world. And this might be a really bad idea, but you know, here we are. Someone always does throw. I can see TH4, Polymorph, Gorka, Kubo, Jame, Hello, ICLC, Sad, C, Archaic Tech, Void, Robzer, Dresmot, Yatsu, FFDA, Ulysses, Dresmot, this, saw that, XYZ. I mean, at this scale, it feels quite hard to do anything productive, but.
It doesn't look like a proper shading language. It looks like some kind of higher level, probably shader generator, I guess.
I think this is the most people have ever seen in this one. What is that sample? Happy birthday, Floor! Okay, alright. Oh, the music keeps going. Alright, okay. This, what the hell was that? Right, what the hell was that? So, let me explain. This... It's fine. All right. So this was maybe getting too live, right? Maybe. What the hell was that? Okay. So a while ago, I was doing a lot of strudling. I was, I guess, lamenting that I really enjoyed strudling on my own, strudling. And I really liked sharing little snapshots of things that I'd made with other people, and it was really fun seeing other people, I guess, remix those, do things with them, and I also had experiences of jamming in person with other people, and I was really, really longing for a way of doing that over the internet. And I posted my gripes about this on the internet, and Felix Roos suggested you could do collab strudel with flock.cc. It's a lot of fun. And so I decreed that I was going to stop using strudel, and I would do all my coding in one flock room. And people can join me, that's cool. People might not join me, that's cool. That's
this environment, I guess.
But it turns out people did join, and that flock jam has been going on for 7.5 months. And that's Pasta Gang. And the first ever session, I think Felix, Axe, I don't know who Axe is, and someone else, and me, and Felix recorded it. And I guess at this point we didn't know it was gonna turn into something. Like in the early days, just having 4 people there was this crazy moment. I met Vegemite Pumpkin this week. There they are, right? I had no idea who Vegemite Pumpkin was, but having 4 people was a huge deal, and I guess we've just had loads of people in this one room. Very shortly after I started always going to this one room, I wanted to make an easy way for people to find it, so made a little like wrapper that wraps block. And it always goes to the same place, and it also gives a bit of context, so people wouldn't be really confused. Hell is Plastic. And this is also when we started adding some features, like a little ticker tape at the top, a mantra, similar to a roost earlier. It's like a bit of, I guess, advice that we give to ourselves, that we often put there. Like one of the things we say is let code die, because one of the things we notice straight away is that people are very anxious about deleting other people's code. And actually that's really important when you're collaborating. So let code die comes at the top, and it went round on a cycle. And every time let code die, or there was one that said, you must delete, people would just go and let all the code die. They'd delete everything and start from scratch. Or like they'd go to scratch, you know? Because if you never do that, you just keep building it, it just turns into there, right? And another one was bad code only, right? I guess this is really important. I guess a lot of people are only used to coding solo or coding with someone that they maybe know really well. But when you're collaborating with anyone, one way of doing that well seems to be to really reduce the quality of your code. And then it becomes easier for other people to jump in. When I saw people doing really complicated stuff, people would just like they'd sometimes be on their own in a little silo. And by the way, some weird sort of like I guess like community practices developed. Like one of them was every time you write Jux Rev, it's like tradition to write thanks Yaksu. And I think this is because Yaksu like said, oh, try Jux Rev, try Jux iter for Jux Press as well. And so I think like the first time this was written, it was like a genuine acknowledgement. And then it just became this practice, and it's almost like casting a spell, like, because you never know what's going to happen with Jux Rev. Well, if you're me, right, I never know what's going to happen. So it feels like it's like you know, throwing salt over your shoulder. And the other day I saw Yaksu himself doing a Jux Rev without thanks Yaksu, and it was erroring, and I came in and wrote thanks Yaksu and I fixed it. That's all I'm saying. You gotta remember to do it. At some point, we realized actually we could build our own Flock client. We don't just need to wrap Flock, and that's how Noodle was born. Felix made the first repo and created the Pasta Gang organization, and I guess the standards for how the Pasta Gang community comes from Noodle. Everyone can change Noodle. All changes get accepted, full stop. And the sort of the spirit of this jam where anyone can do anything got brought into building the project itself as well. And there's this, and this is called, this practice is sort of jokingly being called jam-oriented programming, or JOP for short. Like sounds legitimate, but it basically, and I've been using it in some of my other projects too. And it's a sort of a standard practice to say merging without checking. Only do this if your project doesn't contain any big like abuse vectors, right? But in Pasta Gang, there's no auth, right? So there's nothing to unauth. Because anyone can make any change, Noodle has ended up with having some very strange features. One of them is that pasting is disabled, but you can turn on pasting by going to settings and...
It's actually very good for learning programming. If you copy-paste, you learn to copy-paste. If you have to retype everything, it gets burned into your muscle memory. And especially for live coding, this is very helpful because you quickly learn how to type common patterns.
Turning on pasting mode, but then typing is disabled. So it's like one or the other. It's not that pasting is discouraged, it's that if you're going to paste, like commit to it, you know? I would say that currently pasting, as of last week, Pasta Gang moves very fast, so these slides got out of date as of last week, can now paste, but it comes up with this very helpful message when you do. And the reason for that is that Game committed this change in a club in London with one hand. And I don't know if it was intentional or like half accident, but ended up like having their finger on the H key. And I think it stuck around because it's funny. Undo is also typically disabled. This one was committed by a complete newcomer during a set, and everyone was told, refresh noodle, and then suddenly undo was gone. I think some people were less happy with this change, but it stuck around. You know, you can change it. Another weird feature is weather. I think Alex alluded to this the other day. So every 25 hours, which is a noodle day, the weather has a chance to change, and it's like it's deterministic. So we can give a weather forecast. We have some very strange, and weather does things. So one of them is it changes. There's one, everyone is mantra. It changes everyone's name to the current mantra at the ticker tape at the top. And the mantras is one of the most sort of fought over places. Like people go and change the mantra all the time, add new ones, remove them all, change how they rotate. But you can, of course, use a different flock client, and then you sort of free from noodle weather. MSN weather that changes certain phrases into emoticons. I actually had to disable this just before the talk because MSN weather like kicked in like an hour ago. My favorite is no noodle weather, and that means that noodle is not available for a day. I actually think this is quite important because it's sort of preparing us for the fact that someone might just come in and delete it all and like remove all the history, and we'll probably recover it, but it's forced us to find different clients as well. This guy Daniel in the London live coding scene had this mad idea of getting Pasta Gang, the artist, to perform at an algo rave. And at first I thought that's ridiculous. Like that Pasta Gang is not a person, it's not a group even. It's just a room. It's more like a place. But we did it. We tried a 15-minute Pasta Gang performance. Oh, and File Need, Luca, I told you you were in here. This is File Need, who I met for the first time recently. Okay. So we had people performing like up at the front. We had the people performing in the club elsewhere. Some people round at the bar, and lots of people over the internet. And we kept doing this each month and like twice a month. And I think we learned a lot about the things you can do. One of the things you can do is just sit on the floor in front of the projector. You don't need to be plugged in. And so this is. And in Pasta Gang style, this is an error message there. So it's like error face. We kept like getting Pasta Gang got invited to more and more events. So this is at Naughty Fingers, which is this queer-led, like experimental music and risque event. And Pasta Gang was invited to a 45-minute slot there, which we somehow managed to do. And it's funny seeing Pasta Gang like listed on set lists because it's not a person, right? Like so when I said, yeah, I'm sure Pasta Gang can do this. I didn't even know if I was going to go, but I thought someone will go, right? And at the very worst, you just open your laptop and let it run. The funny thing is that because there's no like central place to discuss all of this. People often use the Pasta Gang hashtag on Mastodon. So I think some people think that the name of the band is hashtag Pasta Gang. And actually on Resident Advisor, it now has a page. Hashtag Pasta Gang. Pasta Gang, the imaginary artist, has started making money. And of course, it doesn't feel right to give this to any like individual because often 20 plus people are involved in one like gig, often like all around the world, anonymous sometimes. So we've just been donating all of it to the open source software we use and causes we care about, like the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. I think the most experimental event was this London Algo Rave. And this one was less of a performance. It just started at 9:30 and went until they kicked us out. And what you can see here is that like There's tables are like set up so anyone can come and play, and even complete beginners. So I think, yeah. So let me show you. No, I'll skip ahead. So like this person here, they've never live coded before, right? But they were there for over an hour, and that's on Lucy Cheeseman's laptop, who went to the other room to like watch a set, just like left the laptop. Oh, and it's more of like a communal space to hang out and I guess make things together. Like when it's not a set, the energy can sort of go up and down and go to strange places. The other thing that some people take part who either they don't know how to live code, or they don't want to, or maybe it's not that Noodle doesn't yet support their language of choice. So lots of people just leave comments to put on the big screen. And so this is like a kind of a play on that mantra I showed you earlier, right? The bad code only idea. You know, we're not here to do a good performance. You know, we're here to do something together. And I think people enjoy that. Oh, the other thing we try and do is we encourage people to record and as much of it as they can, like take film footage and take photos, because there are so many people joining from actually watch this. Okay, can you see? That's one person filming. That's the other person filming. So I had this video, and I saw, oh, they're filming. So I reached out to Zanlan, and I asked, oh, I saw you were filming. Can I have the footage? And she gave it to me. And what we do is we like put them into these big supercuts. And the idea is that people who like either they can't attend or they don't want to attend, the idea is we still give them a sense of what it's like to be there. So if they're joining from afar, they can be involved in some way. And that's really, I think that's really important, especially like, you know, we're in a post-pandemic world, and some people don't want to go in these tight little rooms, or some people don't live in London. Like, I'm very fortunate to live somewhere like London. There's the crow again. And it's,
one thing I noticed in the
like,
videos
different angles
is they're very dark, right? Phones are not great at recording videos at dark. They can make photos because they can make multiple photos and stitch them together. Videos are, yeah, hit and miss. Cameras, regular cameras, especially with large lenses, they can do amazing things in low light. So this performance could probably be recorded by a camera, and it would actually look decently. It's one thing that I guess could be used on such a performance, like a proper camera with a lens with a very large light. I don't know what's the English name for that. Aperture, like big lens. Not big in terms of long, but big in terms of huge hole.
together. So that's some pasta gangers who have left their laptops to go dance, and that's pretty common because, you know, like the music and the visuals keep evolving even if you're not there. Like Laura here is just holding the fort. By the way, she made this t-shirt, this pasta gang t-shirt. Yeah, and people are like really pushing it the whole time. This is Bogo and Pablo, both from London, but they did a talk about Pasta Gang in Berlin recently, and they opened it up to the audience, just like I did earlier, but they were a bit bolder. They did like a whole set, right? Very sensibly, they disabled images. They put a custom weather to disable images, but someone was able to get around that anyway. And people are really pushing like what you can do with Noodle and things like that. And it's not just us in London. In Karlsruhe, there was a Pasta Gang performance. You know, like a Pasta Gang performed there in some capacity. Sheffield, also there was a Pasta Gang.
Maybe scroll through the examples. There is a lot of them.
I was nothing to do with it. I just watched from afar. Right. has to our first film doing great. Has to go. There's a blog post that anyone can write a blog post for. There's a blog, right? All of these are written by different people. Most of them are written by many people, edited afterwards. There's a podcast that anyone can make an episode for.
Yeah, I think I've seen this. I think one of the papers that I've seen submitted somewhere by law was signed by Pastagang, actually.
New Flock clients are being built to, I guess, prioritize different things, that adds different features. We want to support more languages. We want to make sure we include more people. But for me, okay, the most important thing is this connection that brings me to other people, right? I think from the start of me doing all these creative projects, that's really what I was looking for. That was always the best thing. You know, the fact that this liveness has brought me closer to existing friends and newer friends is the most important thing for me. So listen, I don't think there's any such thing as too live, right? Or maybe there is, but like we are so far from too live, right? I think we could be so much liver. That's what I've learned from all of this. I'm sick of manifestos. So I made this promise, right? And that any performance or demo or talk I do, you can join in. And I really mean that. I'm trying this for a year as a trial period, right? And this is my promise to you, you can see me, you can hear me, you can join me, as many of you have done today. Look, even these slides, right? You can go to twirl.live on your phone. Someone already has. Right? And I'll tell you why, right? Because I am not dead, right? I am not dead. I'm not dead yet. But one day I will be. I am going to die. But for now, I am alive, which means I can be here. Amazing. Yippee. Oh mein Gott. Live. The live stream has no... I forgot to turn it back on. It's fine. Get it. Yeah, be speaking to you now. Live. Right now. Yes. Which means anything. Oh. Yes. All right, thank you very much. Woo!
That was fun. One thing that's Andres an addendum.
Okay, here we go.
This is going to be the review. I mean, the response, I guess. This is interesting. I usually... I've been to some Algoraves. I did one performance once. Not at an Algorave, at a conference. But music really adds a lot to this. So if you can literally draw anything on screen and synchronize this with music, using FFT, you take you have a music playing, right? You grab FFT, and then you just move a shape on the screen, following the FFT. This is a music video. It's super easy to make one. Just, I mean, it's not super easy. It's depending on the quality. It's very easy to get started. Let's see. And it looks nice, like from the first one that you make, because it looks like the shapes are dancing, like even with a very, very simple code. And there is one thing that Lou says that I think I didn't understand before this presentation. One of his mottos, his statements, is to let code die. And me, at some level, I felt that this is wrong. Because for a very long time, like I started programming when I was a kid. And one thing that I was lucky is that I wrote a lot of code using languages which are long-lasting. So I still have this code. I still can find it, and it's fun to look at it. And sometimes it does funny, useful things that I still kind of use to this day. And that was the code I did when I was, in primary school. And some of the code I wrote was not using those long-lasting languages and long-lasting technologies. And I kind of miss that I lost it, because I feel that it was fun. It was fun to have it. I wrote a lot of code in Rust, which is nowadays totally broken because Rust keeps evolving. The language keeps changing the API. So the stuff that was written in Rust 5 years ago is totally broken today. And I wrote Rust even earlier than that. So now I stick to languages which are kind of guaranteed to exist 10 years from now. If there is a language that I think has a chance of going away, I avoid it. Or even libraries. I just avoid dependencies that are going to disappear because I just miss the code being able to run. Of course, you can always make a code run if you just dedicate enough attention to clean it from all the bit rot, but it's just too much work. We create so much code that it just has to work. Okay. Fun presentation. But let's go back to Automat. We had some bugs to fix. So one bug is that connectors on icons are broken, and there is a lot of them, so maybe let's start with that. Okay, let's record something. Yeah, this connector has a very funky scale. I want to check some things because we actually added connector scaling specifically so that and do stuff like this. Okay, so this, it seems like the scale of the whole cable is being taken from the initial object. So cables have this property in Automat where they can change the scale. Can I take this out, connect it here, drop it here? Oh, I cannot. Okay. Okay.
That's a new bug.
This one? Yeah. Interesting. I de-iconify fix. But these connectors, we have so many broken things here. So many. I feel like when we start doing this, we will spend the whole next stream fixing connectors. It probably should be fixed. So a connector has two rendering modes. There is a floppy mode when I move it around. And now it is being rendered as a long sequence of Bezier curves. Which is wrong. Actually, the Bezier curves are more of an ugly way of representing a more elegant, abstract model. So a cable is a chain. It is a long sequence of control points. When I move it, it wiggles, and I'm trying to route a Bezier curve that goes along those points. But Bezier curves, especially those long Bezier curves, they have a lot of points. Yeah, and it just behaves weird. So when the cable stabilizes, when the animation finishes, the rendering switches to a different backend, which uses an arc line based representation. By arc line, I mean it is a sequence of arcs, circular arcs, and straight lines. This can be rendered much more efficiently. And we have nice derivatives along the surface. So it has, in theory, it has no triangles. Skia uses triangles to tessellate things, but in principle, this is analytic shape. Something. No. This is cable routing, blah, blah, blah. Simulate cable physics, connector matrix. Using this connector scale or something. Yeah, and I think some of the things I'm doing with cables, they require access to some internal Skia internals. So this struct is actually passed to Skia to trick it into enabling those hidden features. See, I have an assert to check whether the layout is correct. Okay, this looks like the main function. We should probably start here. Actually, no, it has start with and end with. So let's do the following. I will get rid of those objects. I don't need those. It's the most efficient way to delete objects right now. This one still has 2 cables. Okay, we have the same issue. Nice. I will log this value. I want to see if I'm passing the right end width. Anyway, I was talking about the let code die. So now, when I code, I try to create a big library of all the code I'm writing so that I can use it later. What the hell happened here? So, what? Any connectors I am not aware of around here? Okay, interesting. So when I'm moving those objects around, apparently there is something is being drawn. How and why? It's being scaled a lot. This maybe this is drawing some connectors. Something we cannot see here. Okay, I have this connector. I can iconify it. and start with dropped down and with is still large. So this is good. The argument is correct, looks correct. I'll be right back. So much wrong with cable rendering. I feel like this whole system should be scrapped and rewritten from scratch. But I'm not going to do it. Fascinating. Not a number. There's length 0. Fascinating. Actually, this length cache should be updated, I think, at some point. But it never happens. Okay, now I have a cable that slowly gets smaller until it arrives here. That part should still be scaled. I think one of the bugs there is S at the end here is fixed. Next is this part. is actually the top level function. Rubber cable holder. I think this is what we need here. The problem is I don't want to have those tiny connectors on icons. So I can fix the bug, but let's commit this and let's make the connectors larger now. Here I will actually create a list of bugs. There are so many of them. They are not broken. I actually wonder if I iconify this object. Yeah, it's also super small. Two mini objects communicating with one another. Then we have those issues. I think issue number one is that this connector is clipped. Then when I move it, this point here, it's not being properly remapped. The anchor is not working. Scaling also messes up the shader for some reason. especially the straight sections. This is actually rendered as a single quad, so the bug is in the shader. Okay, there is still blinking sometimes. Strange. Huh.
Nights are close says,
Hey everyone.
Hey, okay, let's start with this one. Icon connectors. They shouldn't be tiny.
Will you be speaking at this year's CCC?
No, I did not submit anything. Actually, I even had issue buying tickets, so I have to try this in a week. In a week there is going to be another round of ticket sales. Presentations take a lot of time, a lot of effort. I think I've done maybe two presentations about Automat so far. Each of them required a lot of effort. At CCC, this is a fun crowd to be at, but I think relatively few of the people at CCC would use Automat for anything really. At least not in its current form. In the current form, Automat is a tool for playing games, and it should probably be shown at like gaming conferences, not at game shows. At game shows, not at hacking conferences. Hacking conventions. Okay.
I agree. I applied for a dev conference in Istanbul, but even filling out the form was quite exhausting.
Yeah, and then rehearsing, incorporating the reviews. There will be a presentation on Automat for this community in January next year. A workshop. A workshop meaning that I just get more time to talk about Automat, because most conferences, I would like to get a proper slot to talk about this, but life was one such opportunity. I was actually hoping there would be something like half an hour or 1 hour slot, which turned out to be just 10 minutes. And yeah, it was more like lightning talks. Live this year was more like lightning talks. It was very over-prepared lightning talk, I would say. But this crowd would be interesting. It's also not users of Automat. So the people on Feeling of Computing, they are unified by this shared feeling that something is wrong with the way that we program. It probably shouldn't be about writing abstract mathematical formulas. It should probably be something different, more direct, maybe not based on a language. Or maybe based on language, who knows. Anyway, this is just a relatively large community of people who are looking into alternative programming methodologies. Plenty of scientists, plenty of hobbyists, plenty of artists. And relatively few software engineers, which is a good thing, because the problem is that this software engineering, the approach to programming where you want to describe formal requirements of a program, source code, and then use this to synthesize a binary, this seems to be the problem. And it's very hard to escape this kind of thinking. If you're a trained software engineer, you see everything as a programming language. If you ask a programmer to design a building, they will first start looking for languages, programming languages for building design or this kind of stuff. Just once you learn how to program, it's hard to think in any other way.
I don't fully understand what Automat is exactly, but it's a project that can be presented in any field. For example, game development, animation, mathematics, C.
Yeah. I was trying to write about Automat. There is an article at automat.org/live2025. A few people have seen it because it was... Most people who watched the conference, they've only seen the 10-minute lightning talk, say, which was just a demo of Automat. The idea here is to basically take the ideas that you have in your head. When you are designing software in your head or on a piece of paper, you usually draw it, sketch it, as a bunch of blocks. The idea is to take those blocks and turn them into interactive objects on the screen of computer and make them composable. Because when they are nicely wrapped and anybody can use them, then you don't really need to learn computer science, then you don't really need to learn programming languages to program, because you have just an object that will do something. And game automation is my hobby, and I think this is a nice way to approach this problem. So yeah, it's like you say, it can be used in many number of areas. For example, in music, right? If there was a musician who knows how to compose music, how to... I guess many musicians know how to do it. They could encode this knowledge as a set of reusable easy to compose objects, like the strudel language. There is this is a language for musical composition, but for some reason, programmers, they turn everything into a language. So somebody who knew how language composition works, how music composition works, they came and they designed a language. So now you don't need to learn how to compose music because you can learn how to write in this language, right? But it's really not really helping stuff a lot because you still have a language to learn. I think one step further would be to take this language and to turn it into something that anybody can use without learning how to use it. Like those visual objects, I think they are nice because you see them, you know how to use them. They can be clicked, dragged around, connected.
CP Chica says,
Wait, what?
Yeah. So the idea is to just take abstract concepts. For example, clicking a mouse. Clicking a mouse is very simple. Programmatically, it's just a function call in a system. Anyway, we can reify, there is a term for this, reify a mouse click as an object, as a tangible object on screen that the user can then move, connect with others, and even other objects could manipulate other objects, so on. Just create an environment where things can be built by anybody without having to learn programming. Even programming can be turned into objects that don't require you to learn programming. Because most of the things that we do when we program, even competitive programming, like doing stuff like in a limited time, trying to figure out, dynamic programming, for instance. It's very regular, actually. It's more regular than you would think. Graph problems, like most of the shortest path, minimum spanning tree, all those are just building blocks that programmers kind of have in their heads, and they can compose them to build solutions. And anybody could compose those solutions if they got access to those building blocks as prepackaged objects. So that's the plan. That's the plan. Back-to-back fixing icon sizes. So I have this state object here. State object contains the sizes. Maybe I should look for this Right, so this is where we animate this scale. So I could just put one here. If there is one here, this whole feature can be removed. Interesting. It smells like something's burning. I swapped the CPU, and the new CPU is much more powerful. Actually wonder, is it burning dust? This scale is still being... It's okay if this arc has a fixed scale. We'll keep this code just in case I ever change my mind. It's probably not used for anything now. Actually, it is used. Okay. There's one more thing. If I disconnect it, okay. And still hook it up. Ooh. clipping issues now. Have a special function for this, texture bounce. It's probably what we need to fix. And those texture bounds work nicely for regular objects. Actually, not all the time. I see there is sometimes clipping at the bottom. Yeah. But it really shows when I have something like that. So if there is a state, then I go through this state to find all of the sections, okay, of the anchor points. There must be a difference between this implementation and the actual drawing code. Those points. It's a field within connection widget, okay. Let's see now. This is very strange. We have cable. Starts here, makes a turn, and then goes straight. It's like this turn was not accounted for in the bounds. Oh yeah, I'm just checking the endpoints. So this is why it fails here. I think this is actually almost correct, because if I have a section of a circle and then a bounding box of this section of a circle, most of the time can be constructed with just 2 points, start and end. There is only a couple cases where there is an extra point that has to be taken account for. And this is when we are crossing one of the quarter pi of points. Actually, no. I think what we need to do is we need to find the quadrant of the start and quadrant of the endpoint. And then walk through those quadrants. Yeah, if they are different, then we need to include one of the corners. Okay. I inlined the function because the center is useful later. Compiler could do the same thing, but I don't trust it. That should help. Little bit when we are at least turning clockwise, sorry, counterclockwise. Seems to be helping. Okay, this is definitely wrong. Here, for instance, we'll actually save this state. Want to log it. Or we also log the angle. Yeah, I need to rotate everything by 90 degrees. And to fix all of the cases here. Now it should be good. So this switch should be good now. I need to imagine all of each of the cases. There are two mistakes still. Let's see. So we are starting pointing down. Good. And we are ending pointing in this direction. This is also good. Start quadrant 4. Perfect. And quadrant 2. This is good. Okay. Sign is negative. So we are in this branch. This should work. Maybe sign is wrong here. Oh, there is no while. Radius can be negative. Yeah, I remember. Radius tells us the direction of the term. Here is a difficult case. This end quadrant should be 2 here. Save this. happens in both of those positions. We have start quadrant 4 and quadrant 4. Same here, start element 3. Nice. It's even using the quadrant function. This is enough. It's enough. I like this code. if we are in the situation where we have the same quadrant, almost all the cases, just this one. thought this used to work. Works here. Doesn't quite work here. I think the issue happens if the start quadrant is very close to the... So it depends which of them is closer to the cardinal direction. This is the one I should flip. And this is the one that breaks. An insane sequence of if statements. This is going to be totally unreadable. Yeah, that works. This works. This works. Okay. For completeness, I will replicate this logic in the other branch. And double check that it still works. And the clipping issue should be gone. Yeah. Just wanted to see if this can be compressed somehow. I think this is well explained. We have a new operator for sorting angles. We are not using it, but it could be useful. There are plenty of algorithms where this is practical. Convex Hall is one that I know. Quadrant, super valuable function. I'm not sure if the quadrant is correct. Because the quadrant should probably... Maybe you can fix this quadrant function so that it's proper. So we need actually this swastika style. Rule. So that each quadrant covers the same number of... Make it kind of consistent. Could flip the degrees, but yeah. Let's see if this will work. So okay, this will be quadrant 1. Okay, so this is the second quadrant. Sin greater than 0, cosinus equals 0. Cool, cool. Cosine less than 0, okay. Okay. I was a little bit concerned it would break everything, but no, things still work. I think this deserves a picture. Okay, plenty of bug fixes today. Not all of them. This is fixed. Oh shit, I left the debugging on. I definitely like no clipping. It's starting to look smooth. The anchor is still problematic. This is good music to delete those bugs. Sweet. Okay, next stream. More bug fixing, more bug fixing. I really like where this is moving right now. Not sure what's broken with the assembler on Windows. We have to take a look. I think, I don't want to get too ambitious, but I think on the next stream we could get rid of those bugs. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll just finish one of them, who knows. Yeah, it is finally slowly getting polished. Okay, this is a good plan. And we'll do those bug fixes on the next stream. So, see you in 2 days. Bye bye.